Hi, welcome to WordFest. We're just getting started on 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. WordFest not only delivers a great festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but it is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. Please visit that donate link anytime to support the mission of our organization. And here's my co host, Ryan Kinney. Good morning,
Hi.
Ryan.
Hi, good morning, and welcome to stage two. William and Ida Jackson will be presenting with creating, developing, and implementing a virtual meetup for kids in WordPress. So just to let you know, throughout the session, you're able to ask questions. We ask that you limit your characters to 200, so short and brief questions, and we will be curating those throughout the talk, and we'll try to leave time at the end of their presentation to get some of your questions answered. So a little background, William is a teacher of 32 years in the area of public education. He's taught on the elementary, middle, and in the higher education levels, teaching STEM, STEAM, STREAM educational strategies. He's been involved in the WordCamp community since 2010 and a WordCamp volunteer and teacher since 2018. Ida is an author, artist, and advocate for STEM, STEAM, and STREAM in schools and the community of Jacksonville, Florida, providing workshop for youth, teens, and young adults with a local library, partnerships with a Microsoft store, and other community organizations. She's a community activist that shares her knowledge about the importance of arts education. They are both professors in higher education and love to sponsor and teach in kids camp events locally in Jacksonville, nationally, and internationally. Their passion to volunteer, speak, teach, organize, and advocate for youth, teens, and young adults to be increasingly involved in WordPress and the WordCamp community is well known throughout all of North America and now globally. They have been teaching in person and virtually with Kids Camp since 2018 in the US, Canada, Central America, and provided strategies in African and Central American WordCamp conferences. William and Aida manage the WordPress Jacksonville Kids Meetup that is held once a month. So we're looking forward to their presentation.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hi, this is Aida with Love Built Life.
And hey, this is William with My Quest to Teach.
And we are here at WordFest 2021. We're so excited to come to you today. And we're thanking you at WordFest for allowing William and I to come and share with you. So let's get started.
Yes. So we're going to talk about creating, developing, and implementing a virtual meetup for kids.
Yay!
That's right, kids, not the adults. Adults, y'all have your own room when y'all meet up, but this is for the kids so they can feel as important as you do.
Right. So we're going to be talking about not just the meetups, but also the kids camps.
Yes.
So what we do at kids camp. So we inspire the teens and the youth and the little kids to be engaged with WordPress and the WordCamp community, even after the conference.
So looking at this first picture, this is when we volunteered in Costa Rica.
Yay.
I think that's Aida's favorite place to go.
Yeah.
And we volunteered with the kids down there, and we had a wonderful time. And that gave us some ideas on how to integrate STEM and STEAM into a kids camp to help them learn and do hands-on activities to really bolster their development of content, so they understood what content was, and then they can understand how they apply it to web development or blogging or potting or microblogging.
Absolutely. And this was, yes, it was it is one of my favorite because it is in Costa Rica, which is beautiful. But a kids camp in Costa Rica was my first time actually volunteering at a kids camp. So it was a great experience, and the teachers were great, and it was great learning from them.
So we're going to start with understanding the who, and that's very important because you have to contact this young lady right here, Sandy Edwards at WordCamp Central, to really understand and coordinate how you can use and access the policies and procedures to safely have a kids meetup online, which is very important because there are policies for kids camp as well. So the first primary thing is the safety of our kids.
Right. So we want to make sure that you get a background check, that you clear it with WordCamp Central, and she'll make sure that all the clearances is fine. There is a manual online too that you can follow. It's just a guideline if you want to do a kids camp, but the WordPress meetup is something new. So those will be included in later manuals, but you want to contact her first. Generally, we try to use the age range between 7 and 15. Now that can be tricky because if you have much older kids and you have much younger kids, you have to find something that's engaging for all those ages. But and also some of those kids are more advanced. We have some 7, 8-year-olds that are really, really advanced, and some 15-year-olds who are just starting out. So you really want to consider who it is that you're teaching and what are their needs. And sometimes you may have to integrate both and give the people that are more advanced an opportunity to help those younger kids or older kids sometimes. And those that need more help, you may want to do some extra stuff for them.
And this helps all of them be a part of the WordPress and WordCamp community because it's really cool when you see kids with their parents or even with their grandparents and they're hanging out and they're learning, but they may not really feel fully involved. But a kids camp helps them feel really involved in the community that we really enjoy and love.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with the special needs, there are some kids that will come that will have special needs. So you want to consider them as well. So accessibility is something we consider also in kids camp, and getting those kids and those parents involved at the kids camp, but also at the meetup. So we do have an opportunity when we have our meetup, our rooms, the way we have them set up, the kids are in one room and the parents are in the room right next door. So the parents are always welcome to come and sit in or peek in, and the kids can also peek in and see what the parents are doing.
So the why, this is an extensive list of the why, and yours may be a little bit different. So these are just little guidelines and strategies. So again, like we said, continue the excitement of a WordCamp for the youth, and they know that this is their contribution that is directly related to them. And the art of content creation, why content is important, that their content is just as important as their parents. And they can be creative, they can be innovative, they can be all of those as well. And teaching the youth about their brand, how their brand can elevate their voice, because they hear a lot going on around them. And, sometimes they wonder if they actually have a voice with things that are going on in the community around them. And, in our community, we talk about democratizing the web, and sometimes they may not understand that. So it's a good idea to explain what those words and concepts are. And the power of the written word and spoken word. Yes, they get to write in school. Yes, they get to talk in school a little bit, but we're not dealing with school. We're dealing with fun, community, and friendship and networking. So they have to understand too that their power comes in their written and spoken word as well.
Right. And also integrating video. So a lot of these kids are already watching things on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok. So showing them that they can share the excitement that they have for all of their activities and their hobbies, or even something offline. So maybe they love soccer, maybe they love swimming, a sport, cooking. We give them an opportunity to share what they love online and hopefully share it with some friends, given that their parents agree.
And to continue in the why, understand what conferences actually are. So it may not necessarily be WordCamp conferences, but other conferences that parents are going to. And the more they go, don't be surprised if the kids are like, Mom, Dad, or Grandma, can we go to this conference? Can we go to that conference? And it helps broaden their horizons of being engaged with other subject areas. And teaching and networking, it teaches them the value of networking. One of the things Aida and I love to do during kids camp was allowing the kids with their parents to go out and talk to the speakers and the volunteers and the vendors. They love talking to the vendors and taking pictures with them, because then they can talk about their products and their services. So sometimes kids don't get a chance to do that, but at kids camp and during word camps, they are more empowered to be able to do that.
Absolutely. And we integrate the STEM, STEAM stream. So honey, you want to tell them what STEM is?
STEM. Yes. STEM is like on the little flowers. Not that. Oh, STEM. I'm sorry. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. That is STEM. STEAM is a little bit more advanced, because when you put a pot of water on the stove and you turn it. Yeah. Oh no, not that STEAM. Funny. Oh, STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics.
That's where I come in.
That's where you come in.
Yeah. And then STREAM is science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And and you can add anything that you want. When I do arts, especially when I'm teaching in schools, I do arts and humanities, so that kids know that it's beyond just visual art. And it can be beyond visual art. We include music, we include writing. So you want to think beyond that. One of the M's that I heard recently was manufacturing. So think more, not just in a tiny little box, but think beyond that in ways that you can help them see beyond that too. Right. Because we don't want this to be school.
Right.
This isn't school.
This isn't school. This is something just for the youth. Okay. And the youth at heart too. We've had some parents peek in and say, I want to participate. So we let them in for a little bit. Then we kick them back out to go.
No. Well, in kids camp, parents need to be present. So, and at the meetups, we want the parents to be present if they can be, but at the very least, the parent is present at the meetup. So they're right next door, or they're in the room, so or nearby where they can hear what it is that we're teaching, or what you're going to be teaching, and they can hear the kids participating. So we want to make sure that we definitely have that parent involvement throughout.
And of course, it's important to talk a little bit about internet safety. And depending on the maturity level of the kids that are there, internet safety is very important. So make sure you have a plan and resources to share with them why internet safety is important, because the internet does represent the world that we live in. So there's good parts and bad parts, fun parts and scary parts. So we have to be sure that we teach them some valuable skills.
Yes, and WordPress.com, you need to be 14 and older. So that, again, we're talking about parents being involved if that's what you're going to be doing as far as helping them do a blog. But at WordCamps, Sandy has a special thing, and that's, again, that'll be in the manual that she's worked out with some of the vendors so that they can start out with a blog online that's private. Yeah. So.
All right, parent involvement is key. So parents, make sure you are sure that you want to take your kids and participate, because this isn't babysitting. It's really getting the youth and kids involved in our community to make sure that they feel a part of our community. So it's important that you coordinate with the person that's managing your meetup, and you talk to them first about the ideas that you want to implement. Figure out the date and time and location of the adult meetup so you can coordinate with the adult meetup with the kids meetup as well. Contact the parents. Aida and I, when we started, we made sure we contacted the parents that were involved in our community so that they knew here's something that their children can be a part of. And as Aida said, we're right next door, and they can come in and sit and watch and participate. But that communication is very important. And you can also contact the schools. The technology person at that particular school, whether it's a elementary school or middle school, I'm sure are going to be more than happy to work with you, but the parents have to be involved.
Yeah, and again, because of that, so that you know you are not the babysitter. You are here to provide some information, some fun, some excitement, yeah, inspiration.
Food.
So you're here,
oh, yeah,
right? Well, for the in-person meetups, and we're lucky enough that our in-person meetup, there's always someone who sponsors food. So that makes it great for parents, when they feel like, oh man, I have to go to this meetup now. What am I going to do? I still got to cook dinner. Well, at ours, we have something for them to eat, for them and for the kids. So as long as we know in advance, there's more than enough food for everyone to eat and share.
Yes. And with COVID going away slowly, check the type of format. Is it going to be in person? Is it going to be online? And that's very important too, because then you figure out how you're going to connect with the students. I say students because we're teachers. How you're going to connect with the youth, how are you going to communicate with them, and find ways to be creative with your advertising. There's different ways to advertise as well.
Right. So even if we meet online, we would definitely want to keep in person, we would still want to keep the online format, especially for accessibility. Everyone can't make it to an in-person meetup. And what we found doing the WP Jacks Kids is that the kids really love coming. Mm-hmm. So if they can't come in person, at least they can come online and be a part of the whole experience.
So be a voice, not an echo. That means that our young people do have a voice, and the earlier age that they can understand that their voice has power and their voice has influence is a good thing. Now we're talking about a voice for positive change, positive participation on social issues. So if you have those types of conversations with your children, this is a valuable resource to understand, for them to understand that when they're talking about things that are going on in the world, that someone does take the time to listen to them. And in our community, even though we're heavily involved in technology, we do talk about social issues, and we do talk about how we can make our community better.
Yeah. Or they could just share what they love. So we have 3 of our kids here who are a little older, and they have blogs online, and they're sharing what it is that they love. So this is One of them loves technology, the other one shares recipes, another one shares fashion.
So the when and the where, as we talked about, check where your WP meetups are going to be held. This is our community, and we're very flexible depending on the situations and circumstances. Coordinate again with parents. Check for the conflicts in time because some kids are involved in sports, some kids are involved in after-school activities, and some kids are just doing different things that they enjoy to do with family. Family time is very important. So it's important to check that as well. And meal times, you really don't want to um, put a damper on meal times because that's a family times as well. And vacation is important as well. So as you schedule your times and your location, make sure you take in each of those in consideration.
And consider being flexible. So it may be every third Tuesday, but then over the summer that might change, or it may be on the weekends. So we generally try not to do anything on the weekends, mainly because we do a lot on the weekends, but it may change. So just be flexible with your kids and with your parents.
So tech is changing the way we all engage, how we interact with each other, how we inspire each other with our content. So we're talking digitally and vocally. So use the technology that's available and explore some new tech that you can use and teach the young people. They want to be able to be versatile and they want to see the evolution of technology. So use the tools that you have and network and coordinate with others that you can bring in as speakers as well. Don't think you have to do it all by yourself. Aida and I, on occasion, we talk to other adults that are in our WordCamp community to get ideas and suggestions. And we also always talk to the kids that are there. What do they want to learn? What are they into? And how we can be a resource to them.
Yeah. So when we did one of the series, we did a series of learning about the planets and learning about the universe. But we always ask the kids, well, what planet do you want to learn about next? And then when we got to the end of the series, we're like, well, we've explored all the planets. What do you guys want to do next? So, and there are other technologies out there. So it's not just doing a blog. So you can go to NASA and you can help the kids explore Mars. You can watch videos, SpaceX, right?
Yes. Content creators, we are all content creators in one way or another. And because there are so many diverse platforms, just don't feel that you're limited. One important thing to remember is when you're using a platform, make sure it's age appropriate because your content is really important. Your young people that are involved, their content is important as well. But they're going to be authentic, they're going to be meaningful, but make sure that they still have access to that content. So it's always a good idea to check the age limits, the requirements necessary. Finding and researching platforms is not that hard, but it does take a little research and also talking with their parents as well.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to share your content as long as it's age appropriate so that they can see that you are involved in the WordPress community, that you're involved in WordCamps. Maybe you're a business person, you can share some of that. If you have a blog and it is age appropriate, you can share your blog with them so that they can see the application in real time and in real life. That this isn't just like something you learn in school that you'll never use again. This is something that we're hoping they're going to get involved in and in the future also be a part of the WordPress community.
And here we have some hands-on resources on the right. When we were talking about the planets, as Aida was talking about, there is a resource on YouTube called Mr. DeMayo, and he has some really cool videos. They're strange, they're funny. There's a puppet involved. No clowns, because we know some people are scared of clowns, but it's really information at a youth level that makes them laugh, but it really has some fantastic facts about the earth and about the planets. Another great resource if you're talking about health education is kidshealth.org. And that is a wonderful place because you learn about the body and how the body works with really cool cartoons.
Yeah, and it's in English and in Spanish. That's what I like about that. So you can do it in two languages. Like I mentioned before, NASA has some great resources, but then there's other things. You can do polls online. We found out from WordCamp Central America, that there's like a, so you could choose the random kids if you want to break them up into two different teams. And there's a wheel that'll do that. You just punch in the names of the kids and they spin the wheel, and then that'll determine what teams they're on. Think about that too, like doing some competition. We've done binary code with the kids and had them write secret code to each other and see how, if they could figure out what the code was just using the binary letters.
And there's diversity in your content creation as well. So it's important to reach out to the community and find people in business and industry that are involved in different types of technology, robotics, coding, and bring them in and let the kids see the diversity of the careers that are out there, and that their content can be diverse. One of the fun things Aida and I were talking about, there was this guy from what is that city? Miami in South Florida. I think his name was David something. David Bassett. That's yeah. And he used a wonderful program called Kahoot. And you can do a lot of things with Kahoot online to involve the kids with their cell phones or their tablets. So be creative, use the diversity that's out there, have the kids contribute as well with the learning, and even ask them, would they like to teach the kids camp or the meetup at a particular time. So this is the way you inspire the kids, because sometimes they may be shy. It may be hard for them to express themselves, but gradually, the more you do it, you draw them out and they'll be inspired and they'll be happy and they'll thank you.
Right. There's a saying that says, kids don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And if you really are excited about teaching children and about teaching youth, and they see the excitement and the enthusiasm in your voice, and we're silly, we get animated together, we get animated with the kids. One time we had for Halloween, I used a little ghost puppet and he was the one that was talking, and it was silly. But they loved it and they remembered it. So don't be afraid to show them, listen, I really care and I'm really enthusiastic about this. And you'd be surprised. We've had kids who were autistic who never participated before, and their parents have told us, wow, my son or my daughter has never done this before, and look at them speaking. We've had kids who wouldn't speak at all in the beginning of a word camp or in a kids camp or in the beginning, and then now when they see us, they're like, oh, hey, how are you? And then they're animated and excited to see us. So you can make a difference and make an impact.
So words have power. So use your words carefully. Make sure that you're using words that encourage them, that inspire them, that help them to grow, that expand their thought process, and even towards careers in the future, because at the younger age as possible, young kids will remember, as Aida said, how you inspire them and how you engage them in conversations and talking to them. A good idea too is not to talk to them like kids, but talk to them as they are equal part of our community, because in the way they are, because the future of WordPress and WordCamp is the community and the young people that are part of it.
Yeah, sometimes what we'll do is we'll ask them, what do they want to be? So if they want to be a doctor, we'll refer to them as doctor. If they want to be a chef, we'll refer to them as chef, so that they know that we see them as more than just some little kid.
We talk about Google and hashtagging yourself because we talk about branding, and branding is real important. They hear the terms branding, they hear marketing, they hear SEO, they hear so many terms, and they may not understand it at the time, but in the back of their mind, they're probably wondering, what does that mean? So one of the important things is to get them to understand the importance of Google searching, their branding, marketing, and the hashtags that they use online. And we'll do an example online where we'll Google ourselves to show the type of content that comes up and the power and influence that content can have on their lives now and in the future. So when we're talking about the viability of their content that they're creating and how visible they are in the future, and what people see and how that manages perception and the believability of what they can actually do is important as well, because as they grow in content creation, they're going to expand more and more in what they're doing. And one day they might follow you or someone that they met into a business in technology or be an entrepreneur.
So the kids are definitely into looking on Google, and that is, again, internet safety. You want to talk about internet safety during that part, and also about copyright protections that you can't just grab pictures and videos off, the internet. So it's important for you to know that before you start grabbing stuff off the online. There are websites that you can go to that the content is free and easy enough for them to use, and that you can put a safety feature so that you're not inadvertently exposing the children to, bad pictures.
So we have the concepts: collaboration, teaching kids to work together, as in our WordPress community; researching online, how to use the research skills; branding and marketing, as we touched on a little bit. Their brand is their name. How important and valuable is it to keep their name in a good light? Marketing themselves the right way using social media platforms, blogging and podding, and it's expanding. So we have TikToking, YouTubing, all these different platforms. So talking to them about it so they get a better picture of how they can use it, possible careers, how they can take advantage of what they can do as a young person is really important, because it helps them manage the content and information. And as Aida was saying, it helps keep them safe online as well. So we are happy that we were able to share some information with you about doing a kids camp, and hopefully in the future a WP kids meetup in your area, your location, your city. And it's a lot of fun. It's work. You don't have to be a teacher. You just have to be passionate about our community. And you have to make sure that this is something you want to continue once you start it.
Yep. And like we said before, you don't have to do it alone. So, best to get yourself a team. We tag teams. Sometimes I'm doing it, sometimes he's doing it, sometimes we're doing it together. And we do ask other adults if they want to come and share some information. So don't think that you have to do this alone. And don't think that it's only blogging. It could be any number of things. Like we mentioned before, we integrate STEAM and STEM. But if you're a business person and you want to teach kids how to be young entrepreneurs, that's another thing that you could do. So be creative. And if you have any questions, we're here for you. And you can reach out to us. And I am reachable at most platforms as at Love Built Life.
And you can reach me at My Quest to Teach. So as Aida said, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Clubhouse, Facebook. So TikTok. Just do a search for us. And TikTok. I can barely dance. TikTok.
So we thank you so much for listening to us. And again, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. This is Aida.
And this is William.
And thank you so much for coming to WordFest.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
And we're back. Thank you to our first speakers of today.
Yeah, what an incredible topic and sharing knowledge with us. William and Aida, as we said previous, I mean, they've spent decades sharing their passion of education with children and young adults, not just professionally, but as a passion and a pastime. Across countries and bridging this gap and bringing this knowledge and education with WordPress to just drive the intellectual curiosity that can, as they were discussing, fuel actual careers and engaging parents to learn together. I know, they're very instrumental and influential in the Jacksonville community and have done a lot, even Miami, where I'm from, and working with these kids camps and actually having cross panels where the kids come in and present on topics to the adults, and the adults will go in and present on panels to the kids. And just that perspective shift, it doesn't matter how young or old you are. I mean, when you're problem solving and you have a different perspective and you can look at a problem differently, it really bridges that gap in finding incredible solutions. I think one of the incredible things that I heard, for anybody that's listening to this talk and information and curious about how they can get more involved in starting a WordCamp or a meetup in their area, is the fact that WordPress and WordCentral are so involved in providing the support and infrastructure necessary to cover your back, to make sure that you're protected and liability is limited with working with minors, whatever that definition is, and your jurisdiction. So even if there's not currently a waiver or liability or whatever it may be where you're currently listening from, if you contact Sandy Edwards and you contact WordCamp Central, they will work with you to find the information that you need. They'll answer your questions. They have a lot of free information. It was incredible that the Jacksons were able to share with us some of the resources and information through NASA. But there are the walls and posts and ability to share through WordPress core different ways and programs and things that you may have access to where you're from that are working for you, and just presenting new and information to really excite the younger generation and get them more engaged. I know another program here in the United States is Captain Planet Foundation, you go to captainplanetfoundation.org, has a lot of free resources for conservation. If you were working on building a garden, or how to work on climate change, or being a more effective steward of our planet. So yeah, I think there was a lot there. We don't have a lot of questions, but certainly, please do go back and look at our speaker information. I know William and Aida, I mean, I think you could tell while they were talking to us and sharing their stories about bringing their programs to Costa Rica and actually flying to Africa to make sure that kids that may have never had access or resources to learn about some of these things are being exposed and introduced. And again, I mean, if you've ever been to a WordCamp before, again, I mean, it was not wrong of them to stress the food. They're much like WordFest Live and the Big Orange Heart. The sponsors make all of this happen and really work to provide swag and prizes and food and this incredible environment where we can all come together and share our intellectual curiosity, our passion for learning different things. And I mean, I myself don't come from a coding background. I'm an attorney, and I love going and talking about the privacy, the protect your business aspect at WordCamps, because it's so enriching. And I always learn more than I can possibly teach from developers and coders and agency owners that are solving different problems and solving them differently than even I've thought of. How about you, O'Neill?
Actually, I've never attended a WordCamp. I've only gotten involved with WordPress recently, but I'm also impressed at what they're doing for kids, because lots of kids get into technology earlier on these days. It's they're on YouTube, they're on TikTok, they're on Discord. The way they pick up all of this information, the technology, the iPads, the cellular phones it's incredible. I have a 4-year old and I want him to get into this. And if I can, I'd send them to the the sessions that the Jacksons are doing. It's awesome. It's also a nice way to meet other people who use WordPress or who use technology in different ways. So it's awesome what they're doing, and the way they mm, let people in and out of learn what they can do, and getting them involved without their parents hovering over them is actually also interesting. Just let them watch, let them have a safe place for them to learn, to express themselves. It's very, very nice. Do we have any questions coming up, or I don't think.
I don't believe we have any questions at this time.
Okay.
I think, like I said, I mean, the knowing that if anyone is interested, to please go visit our speakers' pages and connect with them online. Also, there's a community tent within WordFest that you can go and speak and meet with some of our sponsors and learn more about how they're involved in health and well-being. And of course, this is a 24-hour free virtual event, so there's more content coming for you to find out how you can find your passion and give back and connect to the WordPress community.
All right. So moving on, let's give our thanks to our global sponsors: Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic, our multilingual partner. Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors, Give WP and Paid Memberships Pro. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Oh, prizes. That's always interesting. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, brought to us by our Content Journey and Stratic. And be sure to check out the swag bag too for deals and gifts from our sponsors. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, so you can hear me.
Yeah. There we are. Welcome back to WordFest. We're here on our second session speaker for today. We have next up on stage 2 in Australia, time zone, is Cameron Jones with Learn to Build Blocks with Advanced Custom Fields. Cameron Jones is the founder of the premium plugin store Mongoose Marketplace. Best known for the Mongoose Page plugin used by more than 30,000 WordPress websites, he lives in the little town of Victor Harbor, south of Adelaide. Cameron? And welcome back. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here with our
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, And that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Welcome. Today we're going to learn how to build blocks with advanced custom fields. My name's Cameron, I'm a freelance WordPress developer and the founder of Mongoose Marketplace, a WordPress plugin store, and you can find me on most places online as Cameron Jones Web. So let's get started with learning to build blocks with advanced custom fields. So you can see here I have a test site that I have set up with a custom theme, and I've imported some test posts and pages into it. I've also got open the guide for advanced custom fields for creating blocks and the register block type documentation. In here we have our custom theme that I've built. So just a few basic things to get the theme running. Got the setup PHP file here, which is just getting a bunch of basic functions in to get the theme working, and an ACF blocks PHP file, which is where we'll be doing most of our work. So we'll start off by building the block that's in this getting started guide. And so you can see here they've got this testimonial block. So we'll just start with building that. So it's got the registration stuff here, so we'll just copy that into our file and just tidy up the code a little. Okay, so we can see we have a function here called myACF init block types, and that's being added to the ACF init action. And as that action only runs when ACF fully loads, we don't really need to have any checks to see if ACF is active or not. It won't run if it's not. And then inside the function, we check that the register block type function exists, just in case someone is using a version of ACF that doesn't include ACF blocks, which were introduced in 5.8. And then we have the ACF register block type function. And so you send it an array of arguments here. So we've got the name, which is the slug, an ID for the block. This will be unique, and so you won't have any blocks with the same name. Title, which is a user-friendly name. Description, which is a description. Render template, which is giving a path inside the theme that we're going to use to render the block. The category, which is in formatting. The icon is admin comments, so that should be the same as the comments menu in the admin. And a couple keywords so that when you search for a block, if you search for these terms as well, it will also come up with this block if it doesn't match the name. Just finish tidying up this code a bit. So if we go in and edit our front page here on our little test site, and we go to add a new block, we can see testimonial block is there. And if we search testimonial, it's there. And if we search quote, it's also there, as that was one of the keywords that was added for the testimonial block. So we added testimonial block, and we can see there's nothing there. It's in there, but there's nothing there. There's an advanced tab for adding classes, but that's it. It's just a little block with nothing there. So we'll save that so that it actually has our block. And then we'll want to add some custom fields to it. Testimonial block, and you can see right down the bottom there is a block option for the field group area. So we select block, and then we can select our testimonial block. And so now we'll go back and we'll check what kind of fields we're using in this guide. So you can see there's a testimonial text area, author text, role text, an image, an accordion with background and text colors. So there we go. And so now we have those fields, we can publish this field group. Now let's go back to our homepage and edit it again. And now we can see that we have our fields. We haven't added the template yet, so we're still not seeing anything. But we can see that we have all our custom fields here. So let's start filling this out with some test data. We'll make the background black and we'll make the text color white. And so we'll update that, and yeah, because we don't have a template yet, we can't see anything. So the next step will be rendering it. And so very helpfully we have a nice template that ACF have provided here, so we'll just copy that. Go into template parts. Now it wants blocks testimonial.php. So we'll create a new folder in here called blocks. New folder in there called testimonial. And then testimonial.php. If we just write hello world for now, and go back and view our page, it should say hello world, and it does. So we can see the template's loading, so we'll paste this in and save it. And now we can see that it's coming up with this quote. So yeah, we'll work through this. So first of all, it's creating a unique ID for the block. So if we inspect the element here, we can see that the testimonial block has this ID, which has been generated by WordPress automatically. Then it makes a check to see if there's been a custom anchor assigned to it in the admin, so would overwrite that automatic ID with a custom one if it's been set. And then we add some classes. So we've got the class name of testimonial, which will let us style it, and then we're doing a check to see if there are custom classes that have been assigned. So in the admin before, when we selected our block, in the advanced tab there's our additional CSS classes, that's what it's looking for. Also alignment, so the alignment here, you can choose align left, center, right, wide or full, and so it'll add the class for that if that's been set. And then it's just going to get the field values, so get field testimonial, get field author, get field role, get the image, background and text color. I'll change that because I'm using Australian spellings. And then once it's got all these variables, we are outputting this div which has got our testimonial in it. And so you can see the block quote here with the testimonial text, the author and the role, the testimonial image, and then some custom CSS to do the color. And so now that I have changed those to use the Australian spelling, it should also be the right color. Nope, it's not. Let's see why. Just not loading anything. Because I just changed the field, not the variable. There we go. It's black with white text like we selected. And if we were to go in and edit it, select full width. That should take up the entire width of the screen. And there we go. And as you can see when you inspect element, we'll have the align full class, which allows it to go full width. So that's pretty much all there is for creating basic blocks. So now that we've gone through the basics of making a block, we're now going to go through and build a more advanced system for registering blocks. So as you can see here in our template, we've got the ID that we're generating or getting a custom one. Same with classes, and we're setting classes for alignment and that sort of thing. And this sort of thing is going to be on every block. So it would make sense that instead of putting it inside each template, we create some sort of wrapper that's going to handle all that for us before we load the template for each block. And so we only have to do that once instead of copying it into every single block. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new folder inside our theme, and we're going to call it blocks. And we're going to testimonial. We're going to create a testimonial folder inside that. And then we're going to create some new files. So this we'll call block.php. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy all that code and paste it in there. And then we'll delete that from the ACF blocks file. And so now it'll only be loading from this block.php. We will change the name of this function. So we'll go WordFest register testimonial block. There we are. And so we'll also copy this template, and then we will create a new file in this block. We'll call it template.php, and we'll paste that in there. And now we can delete the blocks folder in the template parts. Okay, it doesn't want me to delete that, but it doesn't matter, we're not using it anyway. So yeah, what we're doing here is we're creating a folder for each block inside this blocks folder. And so what that does is it'll be a lot easier to break down where all our blocks are registered. And so each block will have its own registration function inside its own folder. And so we're going to group our blocks here. So they'll almost be like their own little plugin. And so they'll all be self-contained, and you could just copy and paste these block folders between all your different projects that you're working on. So what we'll do now is we will load all these blocks dynamically. So WordFest register ACF blocks. So what we're doing here is we're just getting every file in, well, every folder inside this blocks folder, and then finding the block.php file inside of that. If we have any files, for each files as file, require once file. We'll set a priority of 1 just to make sure that it runs before this one, which is running on that same action. And the default is 10, so we'll just make sure that runs first. It should, because it's loading before it even loads that file, but just in case. And so now if we view this, nope, yep, no, it is there, it's just not loading the template. So for now we'll just change this to be, I can get that. Blocks template and template.php. And there we go. It's working again. And so now we'll go back to our template and we'll take care of these things that are going to be consistent across every block. So if we go and we search for ACF register block type args. Nope, not that one, it's that one. So this is a filter that allows us to add defaults to registering block types. So you can see how we've got, the name and the title and description, that would be different across every single block. However, there are some things like perhaps a render template or a callback function that we want to be the same, because we want the same function to set these variables and set it so the alignment and the custom classes and stuff are set without having to do it in each template. And so you can see you can set a default render callback or render template here. So now we will set that up. And so what we'll do is we'll check and see if there has been a render callback been added, and if not, we'll set our own. So this is giving us a callback function that will allow us to set those variables that are being set here. So if you have a look at the register block type documentation, we've used the render template here for the first example, but you can also have a render callback function. So instead of loading a template, it calls a function. So now that we've set that, let's have a look and see if that still works. It probably will, because we're still setting the template. Yep. And so now we'll create that function. And it has the block variable passed to it. And let's just dump the block and see what happens. We'll also remove this now as we're using our render callback function. Oh, I didn't actually say function. There we go. That is not working. So let's check why that's not working and just dump our args out here. There we go. Okay, the render callback has already been set by default, so instead of an isSet check, we'll have an empty check. And we'll check if it is empty. There we go. So because there's no callback, we're going to load our own one. So what this does is it allows us to say, for a very specific block, we could have our own render callback function, but if it doesn't have its own, then we're going to use this default one, which will take care of a lot of the default stuff for us. And so we can see the name, title, description, category, icon, that sort of stuff that we set when we registered our block. We can see align is full, which is the setting that we selected in the editor. We can see it's generated this block ID, and it's got some data assigned to it, which is the data that we've saved. So the next step will be to actually set up our callback function to handle some of those defaults. So let's copy this stuff here. And I'll just tidy up this code a little. There we go, that's a little nicer. So we will change that from testimonial to just be block, because this is going to be a generic thing that's going to do more than just the testimonial block. So if empty block anchor, we'll set it. Class name is testimonial. We want to change that as well, so we will just say, well, WP block is a pretty consistent one with the core block, so we'll use that. And now what we'll want to do with our render callback is we still want to actually load this template, but just with this stuff already in there. So we will create a wrapping element. So now we have our wrapping div, which is going to wrap all our blocks. Open PHP again here. And then inside of here, what we'll do is we will load a template. So in this case, it's going to be blocks testimonial block. And if we go back to our template, we can get rid of this wrapping div now, as that'll be taken care of in our render callback function. And there we go. Now if we go back and check, this should work. We should have our block. We do. The color hasn't worked, but well, we can take care of that later. But yes, it is working. So what we've done now is we've got our default render callback function, which will set the block ID, class, alignment, all that sort of thing. And then we'll have our block wrapper, and then we'll load the template inside there. Now, we're still loading the testimonial template here, so we'll just do a little var dump again, block, and see what we've got. So you can see the name is ACF testimonial, and we've got our block is inside the testimonial folder. So what we'll do is we will just create a little function to get rid of that ACF bit from the name, so that we can dynamically put in any sort of block that we make. So when we make more blocks, we can keep it in the same structure, but we don't have to change any code, it'll just load it. So what this function will do is it'll get this name, and then it'll chop off the first 4 characters, which will be ACF/, which is the same for every ACF block. And so we'll just get this testimonial bit. So we'll replace this. Go to block name is WordFest get block name, and now we can go in here and go block name, and so if we check, that should still load, and it does. So we've still got our block loading, and so now it's dynamically picking up the name. So all we have to do is name our folder the same as our block name. So we can see we've named it testimonial. So we create testimonial folder, and as long as we have the template.php, the template will load. So another thing we'll want to do here, now that we've set that up, is we'll also want to load some custom styles and scripts for our block. So previously, when we registered our testimonial block, we've got some inline styles that are dynamic, and that's fine, but we would have likely had to add the styles to our style.css if we wanted to style it to actually look like the example. So what we will want to do instead is load a custom style sheet specifically for this block. So one of the good things about blocks is that they will only load their style sheet if that block's on the page. So we won't be loading the testimonial styles if there's no testimonial blocks on the page. So if we go back to register block type, and we can see there is the enqueue style and enqueue script arguments, and also enqueue assets, which is a callback function, whereas the style and scripts are the name of the script and style. So what we'll do is we'll set up our own callback function to get scripts and styles that we'll put inside this testimonial block folder. So we'll do the same thing as we've done with our render callback. And then we'll make that into a function, and this again will have a block passed to it. Again, we'll want the name of the block. And now we can look at enqueuing custom styles and scripts for our blocks. So we will create a new file in here. We'll just call it block.css. If we look at our template, what sort of classes do we have? We've got testimonial block quote, testimonial text. So let's make the text bigger. That should do for now. Enqueue style allows us to enqueue our style sheets, and similarly enqueue scripts is for loading script files. So we'll give it a unique enough name. So we'll go block name, block style, and so that should load our block style. It did not, because I called it name instead of block name. I'll just fix that. There we go. So now we can see we've loaded our style sheet in, and it's made that text bigger. Just make it display block as well, so that it breaks onto a new line with the other stuff. There we go. So what we've got here is we've got we're figuring out the block name again, and then we're enqueuing a style sheet. So we're creating a custom handle for it, so that there shouldn't be any conflicts with any other style sheets, with the name and then block style. And then we are getting the path to that style sheet, and so the theme directory, and then inside blocks, and then we check for the block name folder, and then block.css. And so this means that we'll have a consistent structure for our blocks as well. So whenever we create a new block, we'll have a folder called the name of the block, and then we'll have block.php to register it, as we had here. That's what we're looking for, and template to render it, and block.css to style it. We'll do the same thing again with a script. And so this will also load any scripts inside that for the block. So if we create a new file, call it block.js, and testimonial block doesn't really need any custom scripts, but if you had something like a slider, then yeah, you'd want your scripts to, make the slider actually work. We'll just do alert. There is a testimonial block on this page. If we refresh this, there we go. So now it says there's a testimonial block on this page when the page is loaded. And so obviously if you've got a block like a slider block, you're going to want your scripts in here to load that slider and set it up. Otherwise, yeah, we don't really need this for our block here, but it will work if it's there. So as soon as we don't need it, we'll delete that file now. And if we refresh it, so now we're not getting that alert anymore, but we can see that it's still trying to load our block.js file. And we probably don't want to be looking for those files if they don't exist. So we will just do a little check to see if these files exist. And so when we're doing our file exists check here, we're checking the path rather than the URI of it, because it's going to look at the file path on the server, whereas this 2NQ style sheet, you look at the URL for it. So scripts can technically be loaded off other websites, like loading off a CDN, whereas find. So I'll just go into this and make sure jQuery is always going to be included. There we go. One more thing we will do is we will expose some variables to our block template so that we could use them if we need them. So if you remember back when our ID and our classes were set in the template file, it was still accessing this block variable. But now that we're using our get template part to load the template rather than ACF's inbuilt functions, we can't really access that block variable. So just to check, and we can see, yeah, we're dumping it out and it's null, so there is no variable there. So what we'll do is we can pass our arguments down to the template, which is relatively new in WordPress core. You can send variables to get template part. So we'll just create a new variable called template args, and we're going to make an array because that's what it expects. And we'll go block is block. And now if we refresh that, it's still null because it's sending it as an args. Well, first we haven't sent it there, so that's the modifier, and then we'll send our template args. And so now it's still null, but if we were to dump a different variable called args, which is what WordPress uses to send the variables to get template part, we can see that we now have our block inside that. So one thing we can do is we can use extract and then args, and then we can dump our block. So what this will do is it'll get every element of that args variable and then turn it into its own variable. And so now, because we had block inside of args, now block should be there as well, and it is. There we go. And so if we look here at these comments that we copied from the example, we can see there's a few more variables that can be sent down. So we have the block, which we've already sorted out, so the template can now access that variable. There's also the content is preview and post ID. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our ACF blocks thing, and we'll make sure that these variables are also being passed to the template. And so then we'll add all these to our template args array, and so then we can pass them all back down to our template. So now those should all be available. So let's say we were to dump is preview and go back to our site, and we can see false, no, it is not the preview, but if we were to edit it, we might see that it's true. Yes, and we can see it's true. So you could have different styles or different markup for whether it's being edited or whether it's being viewed on the front end. What we might do is we might just fix up that those custom styles while we're here. Another div to wrap all this stuff in. And instead of having an inline style tag, we'll just create some style attributes. And so now, if we go back, it should, pick up our custom color scheme that we're setting for it. So that's the basics of creating a block system. Thanks for watching. You can find the code used in this talk at the link on screen.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you so much, Cameron. We really appreciate you sharing your time, knowledge, and expertise with us. We don't have any specific technical questions for you yet. So Cameron is so kind to share a couple more minutes to answer any questions you may have. You have up to 200 characters. I know that the screen was a little bit small for some people to follow along. So if there were any specific coding questions, you have the person here that can actually answer them for you. While we're waiting for those questions to come in, I'm curious to know a little bit more about Mongoose Marketplace and how you got started with that, how long you've been doing it, and where people can even off site and outside of WordFest connect with you to learn more about what you do.
Yeah, sure. So about, what would it be, 6 years ago now, I was working on a website, and we wanted to put a Facebook page in the sidebar. And so I built that and decided, you know what, this is pretty cool. I might release this as a plugin. And yeah, that's kind of how it all started. And it grew really quickly. And yeah, in a year or two, it had got to about 30,000 active installs. So yeah, and then I decided to put them all under, you know, a proper brand, and rather than just being, you know, a little side project. And, you know, it had kind of taken on a life of its own. And yeah, that's how Mongoose Marketplace was born.
That's incredible. So, I mean, with 30,000 installs, you have, you know, people, customers, you know, using your WordPress product all over the world.
Yep.
That's incredible. Like I said, I don't have specific technical questions. For me, it's more, you know, how did you hear about the Big Orange Heart and get involved with this organization? I think we've all kind of, you know, found it and found its import and wanted to be involved and volunteer in different ways. I'm just wondering, you know, how you learned about it.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm fairly active in the WordPress community, so I remember when it was called WP&L, and they did a lot of work with Nathan Wrigley from WP Builds. That's probably how I heard about them. Yeah, and in terms of WordFest, back the first one in January, Michelle Frechette, one of the organizers, reached out to me, and she's like, "Hey, we're having this conference. We'd love if you applied to speak." So yeah, that's how I came about WordFest. And
yeah,
then
Michelle is
now
a
that I was
huge community organizer.
Oh yeah,
I mean, she's why I'm here too.
yeah, she's amazing. You do a great job, Michelle, if you're watching.
She's on stage one, managing everything behind the scenes, and, you know, just coordinating with MCs, the speakers, you know, making sure that everyone feels supported. And again, I mean, the whole mission with Big Orange Heart is, you know, mental health and well-being. So making sure that no one's having nervous breakdowns while they're trying to present and convey this information. And again, I'm so thankful, especially in a time when, you know, people are feeling a little perhaps more disconnected than others, that, you know, we have this global experience to kind of bring us all together to share our different knowledge, experience and expertise across time zones and geographic areas, and just a reason to connect. So thank you again for sharing your knowledge and expertise. If there's, you know, anything that you wanted to add to your presentation, you know, any points or social media where people can look to connect with you or Mongoose, I think that would be, you know, really helpful to share.
Yeah, sure. So you can find me on most social media networks as Cameron Jones Web. Yeah, CameronJonesWeb.com.au is my website, and MongooseMarketplace.com for my plugins.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a great rest of your festival. And we would like to thank our global sponsors. Again, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic, as well as our multilingual partner, Weglot. None of this would be possible without the sponsorship and support, as well as our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro, that add accessibility and the ability for, you know, even more people to connect with all of the knowledge and resources that WordFest is providing. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. And don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth, brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. And Be sure to check out the swag bag too for deals and gifts from our sponsors. A huge thank you also goes out to our media partners and our micro sponsors. And thank you all. You all make it our big orange hearts full. So we'll connect with you after a short 10-minute break.
All right, welcome back to WordFest, and we are right. Welcome back. Next up are our first three lightning talks. So first, we'll have to welcome Bolanley. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Danielle Zaccaro and Sal Ferrarello to the stage. Bolanley is motivation for creatives. Bolanley is a Nigerian reality show winner, entertainment journalist, and media personality, as well as a team member and contributor at stereogoddess.com.
Will deliver how to and Danielle Morrow is back developing and meet websites. She loves and putting hot chocolate. Often find her within time for the stock is an NHP named Sal's WordPress to use. Web development. He is WordPress core author of and on the word story. And as a computer science and radio entertaining and engaged, spoken on a widening object PHP code standard for and also DNS. Opponent of Delta's his development. So you're gonna have to things of their name ARAR.com. So the intro for
Sorry, we were having some audio problem with Ryan's sound, so I don't know if that was any of that was very clear.
Danielle.
Right. Hold on. Ryan's audio is coming in bad, so we're having trouble with the audio feed of Ryan's voice. Okay, I'm going to be repeating what she said. Then our second speaker, Danielle, will deliver how to fix a broken site and avoid a headache in the future. Danielle Zarcaro is the founder of Paperback Web Development and has been developing and maintaining custom WordPress websites for almost a decade. She loves snuggling cats and putting hot chocolate in her coffee. You'll often find her awake past sunrise and up in time for the sunset. Sal's talk is an introduction to PHP namespaces. Sal is a WordPress developer at Web Dev Studios who is passionate about code, web development, and Git. She has contributed repeatedly to WordPress Core, Genesis, and is the author of Stop Emails plugin on the WordPress.org repository. Sal's previous experience as a magician, juggler, computer science and mathematics teacher, and radio DJ makes him an entertaining and engaging speaker. He has spoken on a wide variety of topics, including object-oriented PHP programming, enforcing code standards with PHP Code Sniffer, WordPress post meta, and avoiding the pitfalls of DNS. Sal is also a proponent of developers blogging and shares his development notes and tips at salfaranello.com.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Hi everyone, good day. How are you today? I am Bonle, a media and creative personality from Nigeria. I'm really happy and honored to be part of WordFest Live thanks to Big Orange Heart. Today I'll be talking motivation for creatives. I understand that a lot of people can really use some motivation right now, especially at a time where we're all recovering from recent happenings around the world. But we're still here, so hopefully there's hope. Now, I know that a lot of creatives are used to thinking out of the box, and it's not such a comfortable zone all the time, but in order for this zone to sparkle, it needs to stay fluid most of the time. Now, one of the things that I know that people have complained about recently that's hindering them from staying motivated is people complain about finding it hard to focus. Now, the easiest way to break through focus is to feed your mind. What you feed your mind with matters a lot. Having a routine that you can follow through. I understand that we're not robots, so nobody's really made to start to finish or something like that. But sometimes writing it out helps. Writing the things you want to accomplish in a day, in a week, or in any given time, and trying as much as you can to follow through. Ticking the boxes as you go gives you a form of self-fulfillment. Another way to stay focused is by lending a hand. I know that this is hard, especially when you're trying to find your own self. But from what I know about focus, and managing focus. It really helps to be able to lend a hand to somebody else. There's a lot of strength that you draw from helping other people to achieve whatever it is that you can help them achieve. This could also come from collaboration. Collaborating with people helps a lot. Not only does it build you, it helps to get things done a lot faster, and it helps you get your groove on. I know some people that have had a block in their creative journey, and just collaborating with people, sharing an idea with people, help them get their groove back on. Collaborating for me is like finishing somebody's statement. It's like knowing where someone is going from where they started. It really helps to collaborate as a creative. Now, another thing that I know that I've heard a lot of people complain about recently is anxiety. Anxiety from, what will people say about your work? What do people have to say? The truth is, if you keep thinking about what people have to say, you may not want to put anything out. Believe in yourself enough to put out your work. It doesn't matter what people have to say about what you're doing. As long as you know how much you've put into it, you've put your best into it, put it out there. People will always talk. Realize that no matter what industry you're in, no matter what sector you're in, people will always have something to say. So criticism is like one of those things that everybody will have to face anyway. So put in your best in your work, and don't be scared to put your work out. Believe in yourself. You've got everything. You've got all it takes to defend what you've put out. Having a genuine reason, having a solid reason to do what you're doing as well helps. As long as you know that you have a valid reason why you're doing what you're doing, you're not doing it because of what people would say, you're not doing it because everybody else is doing it. You're doing it because you find a core value in what you do. You'll be happy to put out what you do. You'll be happy to put out your work. Now, something else that I know that people have complained about recently that's affecting their focus is insecurity. From what I know, insecurity usually stems from anxiety. Insecurity is self-doubt. Now, I must say this right now. You are your biggest supporter. You are your biggest believer. Looking outwards for people to believe in you first before you make that move or before you do something may not really get the kind of results you want to get. But looking inwards and believing in you, believing in your energy, helps you put out your best every time. Look inwards, believe in yourself, you can do it. Now, another thing that I know that people complain about that stops them or hinders their motivation is finding the right energy. Now, I know that there are a lot of foods out there. There's a lot of natural food that helps you have natural energy. It helps. But I'm talking about what you feed your mind with. Feeding your mind positively puts you in a very good place. Affirmations, the things that you say about yourself, the things that you say to yourself. The thing about life is the things that you say about yourself matter a lot, because this is how you see yourself, and this is most likely how other people are going to see you. Because when you start to see yourself in the right way, when you start to believe in yourself, chances are that you do things that are very constructive to yourself, things that are very self-building, things that motivate and inspire you, and things that make you look better, things that make you feel better, things that make you do better. Now, one last thing I know that I've heard people complain about a lot recently is not knowing what to do. I'm going to say this right now. There is usually a whole lot of things to do. Things that are productive, things that occupy your time the right way, things that give self-fulfillment, things that get you accomplished, things that make you feel better about yourself. I know someone that was always in the hustle and bustle of things, and with recent happenings, things had to change for this person. And the person didn't know what to do. And all of a sudden, he thought to start planting. Not only did he have something new to wake up to around him all the time, he also had a reason to get up every day and do something. Do something that contributes to life. Do something that makes you happy. Do something that glows. do something that grows. It not only helps you grow as a person, it actually helps other people see some good in you. Now, I understand that so many things have changed for a lot of people recently as things have changed around the world. Work has changed for a lot of people. One of the best ways that I believe that we can move with change is finding something new to learn. When you find something new to learn, you're not only developing yourself, you're rediscovering yourself. You're actually finding out that, oh, I can do this. Just a moment ago, I could not do that, but this moment I can suddenly do this new thing. Not only do you have new bragging rights about this thing, you also feel very fulfilled doing it. So learning something new always works. In whatever field you are, it helps to learn something new that develops you. Now, in conclusion, I understand that life sometimes can just make one feel like you want to shut down because certain things happen, but never, ever, ever shut yourself down. You can shut everything else around you that does not add value to you. Shut out everything else around you that takes from your peers. Shut out everything else around you that does not help you grow. But never shut yourself out. When you shut out everything else around you, that could be your moment of solitude. Appreciate your moment of solitude. It helps you grow, you rediscover yourself, you realize that you come out stronger, you come out better. Thank you so much for listening. I'm still here. If you have any questions for me, please ask. I will answer any question. Take this as like a creative therapy session. If you have any questions for me, I'm here. Thank you so much, Big Orange Heart. I'm really, really excited to be a part of WordFest Live. I'm here. I'm answering questions right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is Terry Goddess Bolanle.
Hey, super excited to be here. We've only got 10 minutes, so let's dive right into how to fix a broken site and avoid headache in the future. First steps, you're going to back up your site right now while it's working and then turn on automatic backups, because your first step is to restore your site from a backup. It's a really quick way to get things back on track without having to work on a live broken site. And then you're also going to be utilizing a staging environment, either through your host or a hidden subdomain or locally. However you're going to work on the site, it's going to be off of that live site. So how you go about these two things really depends on how imperative it is that you get the site up and running. If your last couple of backups don't work, maybe you just get to work fixing the site as it is on the live site. Because the further back you go, the more you may lose in terms of changes. So if you have made a bunch of changes and you need to figure out what went wrong on that live site, you're going to take that live site as it is and then stick that on a staging environment. Then roll your site back so that at least anyone who comes to your site in the meantime can see the site working while you're working on the issues. If you're not so concerned about the changes or you haven't really done anything and all you need to do is update plugins, you can always sort of take, you can roll back your site and then sort of take that and put it on a staging environment the way it is. So whatever order you do those things is really going to depend on your situation. So now we're going to get into actually troubleshooting what the problem is. And the first step to do that is, what did you just do? Did you add code to your functions.php? Did you add code to a widget or, edit something in admin? Did you install a plugin or a theme? Did you update a plugin or a theme? Are you using outdated PHP? Are you using the latest PHP? Did you just update it? So the last thing that you did is probably what broke the site. So if you didn't do anything and you just sort of found it that way, you're going to want to check on automatic updates that have happened. You're going to deactivate or roll back those plugins. That's going to take a little bit more investigation than just sort of retracing your steps. If you were the one to create the broken site, you should be good with restoring the latest backup and then figure it out from there. Maybe the plugin is no longer compatible, with your themes or other plugins, you could do some investigation targeted to whatever it was that you just did. If you're going to be making serious updates, you can run an extra backup and then try those updates. And then if something breaks, you could roll it right back, or you can retrace your steps, see what caused the issue. So for instance, if you updated 3 plugins at once, do one at a time, see if that works. If it was your theme, find out where, the error was and fix it. If you didn't create it and you just sort of happened upon it, you're going to have to think back to when the last time you made a content update was, or when the last time you did something, when the last time was that you saw your site working properly. And you can always restore to the latest and restore before that, et cetera, et cetera. But that's going to be a little bit harder. So how do you find out where that error was? If it was in your plugin, theme, whatever, you turn on error reporting. Turn on WP debug, turn that to true. That'll get it to, you want it to display on your screen, because we're working on a staging site. Now, if you're working on a live site, you may want to use a little bit of caution and just continue to use the error logs. You should always be using error logs anyway, so turn those on. But if you can, make it right directly to the screen, because that makes it a little bit easier and it sort of helps you organize things a little bit. Remember to turn that off when you're ready to go live again. So that's going to help you retrace your steps, because a lot of times it'll give you a line number, it'll give you a folder, a file name. You'll be able to pinpoint exactly what it is. It gets really, really tricky when it's more than one, right? So you fix that issue and then another one pops up and another one. And there's a difference between error and warning. So you're going to want to look for like errors and issues. Warning is, you should probably fix this soon. This will become an error. So the next thing you're going to do is deactivate plugins and themes. So sometimes what I do, if I'm working on staging and I'm not so worried about losing information, I will just deactivate all of them all at once and see if that fixes it, and then reactivate them one at a time. If reactivating one of them does cause an issue, you're going to deactivate that one and then continue down the line, because that will help you find out if there's more than one plugin causing an issue. If you don't have access to the admin area because of the errors, you're going to log into your host or go into FTP or wherever you have the folders for things. You're going to go into WP content, go into, plugins, and then you're going to just sort of rename all those folders by adding like an A or an X or a 1. And so that'll deactivate the plugins, and then hopefully that will free up the WordPress to be able to allow you to log in and activate them one at a time. The fourth thing is to check with your host. If it's an error where the site can't be reached, if it's an internal server error, or if there's similar issues with memory or storage space, your host may be trying to tell you something. Your host is a big part of getting your website to work. So the error could lie with them. And so if you're able to get the site to load without any problems somewhere else, then your host may be to blame. So you're going to want to get in contact with them about it. And so my final tip here is to call in a pro. Hours of headache for you might be 15 minutes of fixing a common error for someone who knows what they're doing. So it's up to you to decide how much your time is worth and how long you can go without having a working website. And I do encourage you to learn what you can so you're able to do some of the basic troubleshooting. But sometimes the deeper you go, the more you mess things up. So it might be easier to get a developer in there before you start touching any files, just to see exactly what happened to cause that specific issue, instead of trying to figure out what you did, fix those things first, and then undo them, and then getting to work on the actual error. So it really depends on your situation. It's up to you to decide when to call in a pro. A bonus thing would sort of be to search the exact error text rather than searching the sort of my WordPress site has an error or site not loading. Search when you turn on that WP debug, search that exact phrase. Now omit any, file paths or anything that identifies your site, because that's not going to come up. But if you identify the text of what the issue is, that might also help you point you in the right direction. So if we jump right into how to avoid some of these headaches in the future, I started with this and I will end with this: up-to-date backups. Keep your site up to date. And if you can, do it off site. Do it on a server that is not on your live site. Do it from a staging environment. Do it from a plugin. Do it from your host. Do it manually. Just do it. Keep backups and keep occasional backups offsite as well, so you have something in case of a catastrophic emergency. You can also use WP Reset to help with some of that. They'll do some rollbacks. It's a pretty good tool to be able to help you sort of mitigate some of these things. You're going to want to use a staging site, like I said. Do your updates on a staging site first if you can. It might be a little cumbersome if you don't have the right workflow or the right host. But if you keep a log of updates that have been made, and if you are going to do a ton of really big updates, pull your site down, stick it on a staging site, do the updates there first, know that it'll work, and then go do it on your live site. The most important one to me is to update often, and this is one that has some contention within the community. I turn on automatic updates for as much as I can. Now, it's not a blanket statement. Don't just turn on automatic updates for everything. If I know that a plugin is solid and it almost never causes issues for me, I'm going to turn on automatic updates. And I'm going to keep things updated as often as possible and get those notifications that my site will let me know when something's been updated. I'll double check everything went smoothly. If you have things up to date, it's easier to pinpoint where the issue is. So if you have one outdated plugin and all the rest are up to date, and that one plugin gets updated and causes an issue, you know where the issue lies. If you have a lot of things that are out of date, updating one plugin might have caused the issue, but one of the older plugins might actually be causing the problem because it's out of date and interfering with the new plugin. Update as often as you can. If it's something that's really integral to your site, don't turn on automatic updates. If it's Elementor, don't turn on automatic updates. If it's something that tends to have some kind of breaking change at some point, don't turn it on. Advanced custom fields, maybe, maybe not. That's a pretty integral part of keeping your website running. You're going to want to maybe do those things manually, but get on a newsletter, get on some kind of update list where you will know when they have updates. So you're going to want to get in there as often as you can and keep everything as updated as possible. And read the log to see if their updates notify you of any breaking changes. Are there new things? Did they update things? Did they get rid of things? So you're going to want to keep your eye on all of that stuff. And finally, stay calm. If you keep backups, your site can be restored. If you don't have backups or you lost them, you will either have to try to recreate your site, or you can use this opportunity to make something even bigger and better. A quick word about me. You can find me at paperbackweb.dev or overnightwebsite.com. You can search for me on social media, and I look forward to seeing you keep all those websites running smoothly. Thanks.
When I first met the woman who is now my wife, I was in school. And we had lots of friends who were hanging out, and we were hanging out together, and I really liked her. And so at the time, my school had email addresses based on your name. And I said, okay. So using her name, I looked up her email address, and I sent her an email, and I waited for a response, and I got it. And her response said, "Who is this?" Ouch. So I explained who I was, and a few more emails went back and forth, and then we figured out I've got the wrong person. There was more than one person with the same name at my school. Oh, that was a relief. So eventually we figured everything out. But here we had this collision of names, right? And obviously that caused a lot of problems. Now in PHP, we have potential disaster when we write code like this. What happens if someone else has a function called output form? Well, we get this collision, right? Just like I had this collision of names, we get this collision of function names. And what happens? Well, you get a fatal error, right? I've got some pretty error logging here. Maybe you get the white screen of death, but whatever it is, it's bad. Your website stops working. And so we need to avoid this. Historically, we avoided this problem by prefixing our function name. So instead of naming my function output form, I would put my name, salcode, at the beginning, right? And then whatever my project was, in this case, modify comment. So we'd have these really long function names because we'd prefix them for uniqueness, so we didn't have a collision and cause things to crash. The new way to do it is with namespaces. So here, same code, but now I'm using a namespace. At the top of my file, the first thing I define is namespace, and I use that same salcode and modify comment. And then I can use my short function name, output form, and that's okay. I won't have a collision. Even if someone else has a function called output form, as long as it's in a different namespace, we don't have that problem. So when I think of namespaces, I think of them as neighborhoods, right? Where does this code live? So when we talk about neighborhoods, if you think about a street address, like 238 Main Street, there are so many 238 Main Streets out there, right? If you tried to send something there, you would have collisions with all these different addresses, and which one does it go to? And so we can define a neighborhood, right? And maybe we start by defining it as in the United States. Okay, that narrows it down a little, but still we could have a lot of these addresses. So we add a sub namespace. In this case, Pennsylvania, the state I live in, right? So now we're bringing it down. We can go further. We can do the city, right? I'm in Reading, Pennsylvania here, right? So now by defining this, we can narrow it down to a single 238 Main Street based on this namespace. So we use the same idea in code, right? We have our function output form. Again, we'd have those collisions. There could be lots of output forms, but we can define that namespace, right? So namespace sal code, all of the code that I write. Write a lot of code. so we need a smaller neighborhood, right? That's too big. And so we bring that neighborhood down. So modify comment, right? Now we've narrowed it down to that area, and we've brought it down a bit. So this way, output form, in sal code modify comment, we should only have one output form. And if you need to, we could always add more sub namespaces when we're working if we need to be more specific with things. So again, this is the new way using namespaces, right? We define that namespace, we define our neighborhood in that first line, and then we can use our nice short function names and everything works. Now, because we work with WordPress, one thing does come up when we are adding an action or a filter, right? So here, you'll notice that I'm not just using output form in that add action. I'm using this longer version where I include the whole namespace, right? I start with a backslash and then salcode / modify comment / output form. And what we're doing here is we're giving it what we call the fully qualified function name, right? The full name for it, including the namespace. And we have to do that because this code doesn't actually get executed in our neighborhood, right? So when we do add action, we don't hand the function into WordPress. We're actually handing in the string that defines the function. So we pass it in a string with that function name, and in this case, the namespace and all that together. And then WordPress holds on to it, and it starts running a whole bunch of code. And at the moment it's time to run that action, then it looks at the string and says, okay, turn the string into a function and let's run it. At this point, it's no longer in our neighborhood. It's no longer in our namespace. So we need to give it that fully qualified name so we can still execute this code that lives here. And along with this technique, when I'm doing an add action or an add filter, there's something that I really like to do. So here you'll notice we've got that long string using our fully qualified name for our function here. But this is something we can use instead. This is called a magic constant, and it's a PHP feature. And what this magic constant does is it holds the value of whatever namespace is in that file at that moment. So this is exactly the same functionally as this, because salcode modify comment is the same as my namespace. So by using that magic constant, I get the same thing. I like this for two reasons. One, it's shorter. And anytime I can make my code shorter, that's a win. But two, if I decided I wanted to change the namespace in this file, now I only have to change it in one location at the top of the file. I do want to take a look at some of the other things that we can do with namespaces. So when namespaces get applied to a file, they affect the functions in it, as well as the constants and the classes. Now, we've taken a look at the functions so far, but let's take a look at how it affects constants. Right? Imagine we have one file, and in it, we define our namespace, and we define a constant. Number of comments is equal to 10. And now we have a second file, and we want to access that constant. Well, right now, if we echo that constant, you don't get anything. It's undefined. And that's because it's not in the same namespace. Now, we could get to that value, right? If file 2, we added that same namespace. Now, all of a sudden, we will get that value. It'll output 10 because we are working within that same neighborhood, that same namespace. Now, if file 2 is something different and we don't want to have it in the same namespace, we can give it that fully qualified name to the constant and still get our output value. We can look at classes in much the same way, right? So in one file, we can define our namespace and in it define our class, in this case called comment. And then in file 2, if we do new comment, we get a fatal error, class comment not found. If you're good at pattern detection and you've been paying attention, you might know that what we need to add here is file 2 needs to be in the same neighborhood as file 1 where we define our class. So to be in the same neighborhood, we define that same namespace. Now when we do that, we'll get a new instance of comment, right? So it can now access it. It's in the same neighborhood. Once again, if we want that, but we don't want our file to be in the same neighborhood, we can still tell it, hey, this is the neighborhood you're going to. This is the namespace, the fully qualified name to that class. Salcode, modify comment, comment. One of the other neat things about using namespaces with classes is it sets the groundwork for auto-loading. Now, auto-loading is a whole topic of its own, but it's a great one to learn about. The big idea is that instead of including or requiring all of your PHP files that have your classes defined in them, when you first use that class, PHP will look at the namespace and use that to figure out the path of where to find the file and load it automatically for you. So again, something for down the road, but I couldn't help but mention it, right? So auto-loading happens based on the namespace of a class. Overall, we looked at namespaces and their effects, right? And what are they affecting? They're affecting functions, constants, and classes. In our functions, we talked about how, hey, we can use this function because we're in the same neighborhood. And in those cases like add action or add filter, where the function gets executed in a different neighborhood, in a different namespace, then we provide it that fully qualified name. Or we use the trick where we use that magic constant namespace to go there. With constants, right? Constants can be great, but we want to avoid polluting the global namespace where we have all of these constants that conflict with one another. And so by using namespaces with our constants, now we limit that constant to just that neighborhood, just that area where we want it. And then finally with classes, same idea. We have our classes, but we want to limit them to a certain neighborhood, only within that namespace. And it also sets the groundwork for auto-loading in the future. Thank you for your time. My name is Sal Ferrarello. I'm a programmer at Web Dev Studios. You can find me online at salcode.com or on Twitter at salcode. And I will be tweeting out some resources to go along with this talk, and I'll use the hashtag WordFestLive. Thank you.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Welcome back. That was our lightning talks. Thank you to our speakers for the first set of lightning talks today. We are actually going to do some Q&A with our speakers. First, we actually have one question for Danielle. I believe Theresa is asking if there are any tips for testing on a staging site when you have a licensed plugin that can't be active on both the live and staging sites at the same time. So that's actually a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but right now I think our speakers are not available at the moment to answer these questions. But your questions are posted in the chat. Hopefully one of them will chime in and be able to answer those questions. So moving on, we'll talk about our session. Thank you to our global sponsors, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic. Also, our multilingual partner, Weglot, and our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP and Paid Memberships Pro. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. And be sure to check out the swag bag for deals and gifts from our sponsors. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full. There will be a 15-minute break in our schedule today. Head over to the community tent and we'll be back on the hour, starting off with our Asia continent.
Well, welcome back to WordFest. We're kicking off the Asia continent of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. Now, WordFest not only delivers a festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but it's also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. So visit that donate link at any time to support the mission of our organization. Now, for our next session, we're going to please join us in welcoming Yogesh Landhi to the stage to talk to us about the power of the community. Now, Yogesh is a WordPress enthusiast. He believes that the community is the best part of WordPress, as do I. And Yogesh lives with dozens of pets. He's a teacher, traveler, and loves learning languages. So without further ado, Yogesh, take it away.
Thank you, Zach. Howdy people, my name is Yogesh. I live in Bangalore, India. I love traveling, reading, meeting people, talking to people, and therefore learning new languages. I live with a bunch of animals, a lot of cats and dogs. I'm a freelance WordPress developer and I believe that community is the
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Part of WordPress. I talk to howdy people. My name is Yogesh. I live in Bangalore, India. I love traveling, reading, meeting people, talking to people, and therefore learning new languages. I live with a bunch of animals, a lot of cats and dogs. I'm a freelance WordPress developer, and I believe that community is the best part of WordPress. My talk today is about the community. So what is community? Community can be defined as a group of people living in the same geographical area or having particular characteristic in common. Or another definition could be a social unit with some commonalities. At the semantic level, community is usually a positive term. The most negative use of the word community could be community transmission. Because we don't say community of criminals, we say syndicate, cartel, fraternity, or etc., gangs, some other words. So community tends to be a positive word. Now, historically or classically, community was a geographical entity. People living in the close proximity were a community. So a village was an ideal community. Everyone knew each other, everyone helped each other, and everyone watched each other's back. And anyone who transgressed the code of conduct severely or repeatedly was expelled from the community. Extreme case. But then, not all communities are geographical entities. The internet created a virtual space where we could build communities. And these are not virtual communities. For example, the community of Apple product enthusiasts is a real community, and they love to talk about their iPhones, their cameras, and their photos taken on their iPhones. They can talk about it for hours. And it's not a geographical community. It is a community bound by common interest, similar to religious communities. Now, there are communities about many interesting things, many strange things. Of course, there is open source community, Linux community, Minecraft community, cycling community, vegan community, minimalist community, recycling community. Of course, there are fan clubs for sports stars, film stars, other stars, dead or alive. You can think of anything, and most probably there's a community around that. Now, no matter what binds these people together as a community, communities are important because they give us the sense of community, which makes our life a little more meaningful and richer. The sense of community gives us membership, that's the sense of belonging, a space to share a sense of personal relatedness. It also has influence. Community influences people, individual members, and individuals in turn influence the community. Also, sense of community fulfills our needs in different ways. And at last, there is this emotional connection to the purpose, to community, to the dynamics of community, and to each other. So wherever this sense of community is strong, that community tends to be stronger. So now that brings us to one such a strong community, the WordPress community. And what makes it stronger? Because of the way it's organized. It's organized just like all other aspects of WordPress open source project, using the same open source methods and values and many of the same tools as open source software development. So this WordPress community is responsible for almost everything in WordPress ecosystem. from the updates to the core to WordCamps, from plugins and themes to local meetups, from training to adding new features to WordPress. Everything in between, around it, on the margins, on the periphery, and beyond that. Now this makes us realize how powerful WordPress community is. But what impresses me the most is the small little things which makes WordPress community amazing. So I've observed the WordPress community for some time, and I want to share some of my observations. The first observation would be the principle of all for one and one for all. I'll narrate a small incident, a story, anecdote. So near Bangalore, there's a small town, and this small town there lives a high school teacher. So a couple of years back, this high school teacher, 3 years back, this high school teacher traveled from his hometown to Bangalore to attend a WordPress meetup. At this WordPress meetup, he had a great time. He enjoyed the experience. He enjoyed the love he received. He learned something new, and he thought he could use it. So he went back, and in all his enthusiasm, he experimented with WordPress. He learned a few new things, and then he started building WordPress websites for his clients. He got a few clients, and he started building websites. That was his new side gig. But he was always grateful to the community for the love he received, for the guidance he received, for the benefit he got from that, attending few WordPress meetups. So he wanted to give back to the community. So he started translating WordPress to Kannada. And, he grew in that. He attended more meetups. He took active role in community. He spoke at some of the translation workshops, and eventually spoke at WordCamp India in 2021. And he's now a very, very important member of WordPress community, not only locally, but even at India level or internationally. Now, this happens to be my favorite example. Of course, there may be many more examples like that. But this happens to be my favorite example because I witnessed it. There may be many individual examples. At the same time, there are many examples at the level of companies and agencies. These companies, they started in WordPress ecosystem, they benefited from it, and now they go on and they sponsor WordPress community events like WordCamps, meetups, and other things. But sometimes they go even beyond that. So last year when WordCamp Asia was cancelled, many people had to cancel their flight tickets and cancel hotel bookings, and they lost some money in that. So few WordPress companies came together and they said, if you have lost money because of your cancelling your flight tickets and hotel bookings for WordCamp Asia, we'll just reimburse part of it with no questions asked. They didn't have to do it, but they did it because they are giving back to the community. All for one and one for all. Now, my second observation is scratching an itch. Some of the most amazing things, fantastic things we enjoy at WordCamps or in the WordPress community are personal projects of some amazing people. They had an itch and they scratched it. Few examples would be WP Coffee Talk, Hero Press, or even this very conference, WordFest. So these people, they saw that something had to be done. This could be good for the community. So they had that itch and they scratched it. And they just beautified the already beautiful community. So if you have an itch, go ahead, scratch it. We will be thankful. And many of us will step up and help you. Now, my next observation, I'll tell you a little story about it. Or around it. This principle is beautiful. Lift as you climb. So many of you might know the story of Simone Biles and Jordan Childs. Both of them are American gymnasts. Simone Biles, undoubtedly the greatest gymnast of all time. I don't know, 30 odd medals at international level, Olympics, World Championships, and she's still at the top of her game. So many trophies and medals. Jordan Childs, also upcoming brilliant gymnast. She has her own share of medals and trophies, but in between she started faltering. She was losing places in competitions, no medals, no trophies, and she was getting neglected. There was a time she actually thought of throwing away all her trophies. She had lost confidence completely. Simone Biles extended her hand and she invited Jordan Childs to come and train at a gym she owns in Texas. They trained together, they worked together on Jordan Childs' confidence, and what's the result? Jordan Childs is back winning medals, and now she is going to Japan for Olympics with Simone Biles as a team. Lift as you climb. Now, I don't have to really expound on this principle. I'm sure in WordPress community you have witnessed such examples. There may be somebody who helped you, who lifted you a little bit and gave you a new starting place. Or there may be places or times when you lifted somebody up a little bit. If somebody helped you, go and thank them personally. If possible, extend that helping hand to lift somebody up a little bit higher. Now, this could be at individual level or at companies and agency level. Now, my last observation that I'm sharing here, of course, there are many more, but this is the last one. And I'd like to paraphrase Aristotle. Human beings are social animals. We can't live without society or the community, and community does not exist without individuals. We thrive and grow in social environment, and that's why when we are in a social environment, when we are with the people that we love, we respect, we like, our reward center is activated and we are happy. That physical proximity with the people has some magical powers. Now I'm talking in general. There are people, I agree, there are people who don't do very well in social environment. They thrive in different environments. But majority of people thrive in social environment. And that's the time everybody is really completely alive, attentive, and happy. Now, to put it in perspective, do a small mental exercise. Think of a social gathering where you meet the people you enjoy their company. Let's think of a WordPress community. I would love to meet some people in person. I would love to meet Mary Jobs, Hawa, Kate. I would love to shake hands with Topher again. I'd love to have coffee with Michelle and take selfies with so many amazing people. Alex, Mangu, Aditya, Mohammad Mohsin, Ahmad Chayon, so many, and you. So, just thinking of this, doing this small mental exercise might have brought a smile to your faces. If that smile is there, that means we are looking forward to the next in-person WordCamp. And the best track, I guess, is going to be the hallway track, where we are going to meet every single attendee. And if that WordCamp is going to be the highlight of your year, then you are struck by community magic. You are under the spell of community magic. To borrow a sentence from Dan Maybe's interview, We all came here for the code, but we stayed here for the community. Love you all and thank you for being awesome.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
To put it simply, plugins power WordPress. But when a plugin fails, so does your site. With fully managed WordPress hosting from Nexus, you get carefully curated plugins that will save you from having to search the plugin database to find the right tools. And you'll never have to worry about managing or updating plugins again. Start building a site that loads ultra fast with instant auto scaling, visual comparisons, plus automatic plugin updates and platform updates. With fully managed WordPress from Nexus, better is built in.
Here at Green Geeks, WordPress works awesome. We offer a one-click installer with automatic updates, tons of developer tools like WP Staging, WP CLI, and Git, free WordPress migration, and access to award-winning expert support 24/7, 365. Plus, WordPress sites hosted on our platform are lightning fast. Most importantly, Green Geeks is the most eco-friendly WordPress web hosting company on the planet.
Hello, everyone.
Hello there. Wow.
Exactly.
So, Yogesh, that was all about the power of the community. And you seem like somebody that I would get along with very well because I love people. And I love hanging out with people. And I have missed WordCamps so much over the last 18 months here. So thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder of the power that this community has.
Sure.
So I'm looking here to see if we have any questions, and I'm not seeing any coming in, really.
Okay, now this happens to be a working day in India, and it's morning, so I don't expect many questions from India.
Right.
But if you have any questions, we could just chat for a few minutes.
I think that's a great idea. So, what is your favorite WordCamp memory?
My favorite WordCamp memory is actually my favorite WordCamp is WordCamp Kochi. It's a small WordCamp in Kerala, India, and when I reach there and I see the bright smiling faces of these volunteers who've been working since the night before. They are tired, but they are happy to see attendees. And that is my favorite memory.
That's amazing. I've got some interesting ones, but I'm going to tell probably my favorite WordCamp memory from WordCamp Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska. I had just finished a cross-country trip that somehow I bought a puppy during.
Wow.
And had come home and gone to Omaha to speak. And Topher and Kate and everybody that I love so much were in this vestibule, this like lobby area outside of the WordCamp. And, you know, I spend a lot of time in the hallway track. I like the hallway track a lot. And Topher just absolutely fell in love with my little Boston Terrier puppy. So that's probably one of my favorite WordCamp memories.
Lovely. It's, of course, it's always a pleasure meeting Topher.
Yes.
Anywhere,
always.
under any circumstances. Yes. I met Topher some 6 years back. He had come to India to attend WordCamp Pune. And that was my first WordCamp ever. I remember attending his talk and I spoke to him. But our short conversation was mainly about mostly about his distant cousin, Ben Kenobi.
Nice. Yeah, we've had some conversations about card games and board games and raising kids and just all of the things that you can talk about. I love them and their family. They're just great people.
They make the community much more beautiful.
They do.
Zach, you said you got a puppy. How big is that puppy now, and how many do you have?
So I have 2 dogs and a cat. Both the dogs are Boston Terriers. One is
lovely.
One is 14. And that's Drake. And Scarlett, who is now 2, just turned 2 recently.
Beautiful.
Is the other Boston that Topher met on that cross-country journey, 5,100 miles in a car.
Wow.
Round trip. So that was a fun trip. Went all the way out to California, through Dallas, Texas, and then back. And came home and then drove 4 hours to Omaha to speak. So it was a good time. But then the kitten who we just got is a Russian blue named.
Wow, those are beautiful.
Yes, I love Russian blues. They're just a great breed, great personality.
Yep. All cats have great personality. So I live with a bunch of animals, really. I've got 17 dogs.
Wow, that is a lot of dogs.
And ages, 17 of them. And we live with around 30 plus cats. The feline population keeps varying because we have a lot of visitors living on top of the roof. They come visiting and they remind us it's the food time. But there is around 20 cats living in the house. So it's their house, and they allow us to live with them.
Even if you only have one cat, it's still their house, and they're allowing you to live there.
Of course, it's always their house, and and they decide you are worthy of living there, or they approve you or they disapprove you. That's it.
Absolutely.
So luckily these cats are lovely cats, and they allow us to live with them, and they come and they sit in our laps, and they climb our shoulders and everything. Yep.
That's
everything
awesome.
that comes with cat. Yeah.
So you mentioned that your first WordCamp was your favorite WordCamp memory.
Yeah.
My first WordCamp I actually spoke at.
Okay.
So it was a very interesting experience. Went up to WordCamp Milwaukee in Wisconsin,
Oh.
and I was speaking on running fast WooCommerce sites. And
Okay. Lovely.
evidently there weren't a lot of people talking about that back in, I believe it was 2016. So the product manager of WooCommerce flew out, and 2 other WooCommerce employees were there.
Okay.
And it started a very interesting journey for me that led to me starting an agency in that space, and that I've since left, and now working as a consultant, helping agencies to understand the e-commerce world. So it's a lot of fun.
That's beautiful.
But it all
That
started with a
sounds-
WordCamp.
Oh, that's definitely. So how many WordCamps have you spoken at?
I think it's 14 now.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I've been fortunate to be able to travel and speak outside of my local area quite a bit.
That's nice.
The next
wonderful.
step is leaving the country, right? So haven't done that yet.
Yeah, so we'll send an invite when WordCamp Bangalore happens. WordCamp Bangalore was scheduled last year, but had to be cancelled due to the pandemic.
Understandable. And I'm hoping that we'll get to a point where the community team feels as though we're safe to start moving forward with in-person events again. But until that point, I am perfectly happy being remote.
I'm perfectly happy with online events because I get to meet you, I get to talk to you. If it wasn't for WordFest Live, I don't know when we would meet.
Absolutely.
And I definitely look forward to meeting you in person.
I think that would be a great time.
Yeah, that'll be a great time. Yep.
So, is there anything else about community that you wanted to talk about before we
I could talk a lot about community, but I think I'm going to do a blog post about that sometime. And but one more thing I would love to talk, because I just realized you spoke about the e-commerce at WordCamps. Is Clay Shirky's famous book, The Cognitive Surplus. I would like to talk about that. Maybe I'll write a blog post about that. How this community, when so many people come together, we have this cognitive surplus, and I don't think any big company, big corporation could hire so many amazing people at any price. So what the community has got together is truly priceless.
It is. It's really unique what we have in the WordPress communities specifically. I've never been in a community that is more focused on everybody moving forward together.
Yes.
I've been in other communities where competitors are definitely competitors, and they just don't talk.
Yeah.
Here, that's not the case. Like, the biggest names in WordPress all talk to each other all the time, even if they run competing agencies.
True.
And it's a completely open environment where I think that has fostered the growth that WordPress has seen. Just that way of thinking differently about community as a whole.
I totally agree with you. And So we should continue this conversation. We should somehow get together on some podcast or something, and we should continue talking about this.
Yeah.
Maybe we should rope in Topher or somebody and a few more people, and should continue talking about the awesomeness of the community.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, and I look forward to fantastic rest of the WordFest Live. We have Mike and Matt, both of them talking. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. I don't think anybody's had both of them for a while, so.
Yeah, yes, it's going to be fun. And such amazing team of volunteers making this happen. So, we are going to be MCs together for some time, for Asia Zone.
Yeah, we'll have the entire 4-hour block here for Asia that will be co-MCing. So I'm really excited about that.
Truly, me too.
I want to take a minute just to thank our global sponsors, Cloudways, Elementor, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Nexus, and Stratic, our multilingual partner, Weglot, our live captioning sponsors, GiveWP, and Paid Memberships Pro. Be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. There's prizes to be won. I spun the wheel a few times myself. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth that's brought to us by Content Journey and Stratic. Be sure to check out the swag bag, too, for the deals and gifts from our sponsors. And thank you to our media partners, our micro sponsors. All of you make our big orange hearts full. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a little bit. I believe our next hour is dedicated to the community tent, so we've got about 1 hour and 27 minutes, I believe, before we'll be back with maintaining authentic team bonds in a remote setting.
Great.